Alright, hello everybody and welcome to the stream. We are back here with Vanguard Exiles, and boy do we have a fun day of tinkering, experimenting, and trying to figure out the totality of this game. What do I mean by that? Well, if you watched me play yesterday, or you're watching the stream now, you probably are gonna be able to surmise that you don't really have access to everything. You can't really go, I know what's best, because there are so many units I don't even have access to. I've never seen before. I've never played with. I don't even know what they do. And so today is very much going to be about trying to figure out that, and also, testing matchups, things like that. Like, for example, we have a bit of a impression, let's say, after our first session on the unlimited units and which ones are better than others. But we can refine that even more. But first things first, really. As I said I was going to do it in the last stream, when I got on today, I did replace the squad that was here, and I picked a Iron Hand Dominion first Scintillant Assembly second faction squad, and we got this. And I've been looking at it. I think it's pretty interesting. I like the combination of a few things. First off, I think Berserkers are really nice. 2 gold for a 4/9 that gets a bonus attack when it kills is pretty cool. I like the idea that Righteous Balladeer can sort of help with that. I like this Dumbfell for helping block strikes on Berserkers so they can get work done. I like the idea of Alchemical Archers healing Berserkers. And for some reason, I also looked at this and thought, I don't mind this either, because normally I would, like last stream, I was like, hammers. All I want is hammers. Give me hammers, 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 and acolytes. Those are like the 2 I really want. But Hammer, Nail, Elf Scout, for some reason with this specific loadout, made me go, I like this. The reason why is because I think hammers are just naturally really good. They trade really well into other unlimiteds. They shut down acolytes pretty easily if it's a 1v1 and stuff like that. And nails are fairly good sponges, right? Because of their armor, and they can survive versus certain things a lot better than others. And I just like the idea of having something that could trade well, so that it could stand on its own in a zone. Something that can sponge well, so that it can perhaps take some heat off of things like a Berserker. Because we only have like 1 champion, so we're not going to be like taunting too much. And then knights exist as well, so we have like these like 2 pretty decently capable, let's call them carries. And then we have things that can sponge for them, things that can heal them, things that can buff them. So I just immediately looked at this and went, okay, I see a strategy. And I think I like situations like this where I look at a squad and I immediately see a strategy, especially with like things like the command post and meat hall being here. This is primarily a dwarf deck, so having 2 meat halls and 3 command posts is very interesting to me. Especially because we could pretty much guarantee a zone if we like Knight Berserker Dumbfell versus I think most things we've seen so far. But again, like we haven't really figured out too much about what else is in this game. I actually, just to say like what legitimately I was doing before the stream started, I went to difficulty 1 and I just started clicking new opponent and then looking to see what was there. Like, we've never seen Clubber Wang before. I don't know what Miasmatic Goo does. Astral Conduit, we haven't seen that yet. I've heard about it a lot. Apparently it's a very strong unit, but we haven't actually seen it on the field yet. Steam Tank, we haven't seen a Steam Tank or a Troll. Like, I'm just going through these things and seeing, wow, Chieftain, Agent of Decay, I haven't seen half of these things. So I think it's would be really quite nice to try and find these things and face them in the field and see what you can do. And we'll talk about how we're going to do that in a bit. But really what I want to do first is I just want to test this squad to see if it's as interesting as I can. And the first test I like to do now versus with new squads is to go to difficulty 4. And the reason why I like to go to difficulty 4 is it gives the AI some things, but it doesn't give them a limited off the bat. So it's as close to par with extras as you can get that isn't like straight par, because straight par in this game is, let's be honest, it's not challenging enough at all. It's really easy to just absolutely slaughter the AI because they make very odd choices sometimes, and that's fair. You know, AI is hard to make in any game, honestly. I don't think anyone has seen an AI that a game is made and not thought one of two things, right? Either it's unfair or it's dumb, right? Like very few times in my life have I been genuinely impressed by an AI. But you know, you do what you can, and I think this is the way that they're doing here is certainly one way of dealing with AI, and you know, I'm all for it. But I think difficulty 4 is kind of going to give us at least a baseline idea of whether or not the squad can hack it versus anything, right? It's like if you can't beat difficulty 4 with this squad, the squad sucks, right? Can we agree on that? And so I kind of want to like see if this is the way that it's going to go. So let's get right into it, shall we? Stalwart Mercenaries. Interesting. I don't really know what we're going to be facing. Eldritch Creeper. Okay. We see Winged Horrors. Oh, 2 Gibbering Mouses. Does it have to be 2 Gibbering Mouses? Oh, okay. Well, we're going to see at least a couple new things. By a couple, I really just mean Eldritch Creeper. Although we haven't really faced ley lines yet. Oh, well, we'll see how this goes. I'm interested. I think it's a cool squad to pull into, I think. The Farwalker Astron's Relic Hunters. Alright, so initial ideas here. Usually you're disadvantaged versus the AI at the beginning. They have 4, you have 3. So you look for something that you can like kind of win and would help a lot. Essentially, it's about mitigation for your first like turn or two versus AI that have an advantage. At least on difficulty 4. For difficulty 8, it's like 3, 4, 5 rounds before you can really start to turn the tide on the AI because they start with such a massive advantage. So we could do a couple things here. So there's 2 zones here. There's one worth 4 and one worth 7. So if we just go with the 4, they'll win by 3, which isn't too bad. Now we can also hope that we can stall a bit and maybe force a better fight for ourselves. Or they put something here that's interesting. It depends largely on what they are putting into. But I imagine they're acolytes, which means it's probably bad for us to throw this nail out here because it just buffs the acolyte if we want to get more zones. But it does kind of clog the way in, so it might guarantee the 4 more. So just like on a base level, if they don't dump like 3 things into 4, this is pretty good for us, I think. Because I think in the first round, I'm willing to trade into a 7 for them and 4 for me. And then I'll make up that difference as the mid game and the late game develops. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, so they went pretty heavily into the 4 zone. Hammer and Acolyte. Alright, so this matchup right here is very much about target choice. If these guys double into the Acolyte, then we have a chance. If they don't, this Hammer is going to trade very well, and gosh, I mean, if you kill him first, he gets stronger, and then this probably is a wipe. We do get a 1 down here, but I highly doubt we get anything else. They get the 4, of course. They have a hammer and an acolyte. So 2 hammers and 2 acolytes is basically what we're going with here. And I don't think they had a possessed, so this is basically what we're dealing with. All right, so we didn't double into the acolytes. That's unfortunate, but they also did pretty terrible. All right, we'll take. Oh, and the dodge, nice. That works out quite well. All right, so we trade 5 into 6. That's much better than what I was hoping for. Oh, can we? Can we? Is this a possibility? I don't know. Oh, that's pretty interesting. I don't think we're going to do it unless there's a dodge or two. Nope. All right, that's perfect. I wonder if there was like a possibility I could have gotten. So there was a 2% chance of 7 versus 4. So there was a Hail Mary. We actually won that round. That's interesting. I would have loved to seen that go out. 2%. So basically 2 out of 100 simulations. Oh yeah, we got the most common one. Well, at least we didn't get into this. That would have been bad. 1v10? No thanks. I really like that screen because it's a very odd way of putting stats forward that for some reason I really like. Just like the what ifs of it. It doesn't show you like what you should. You know when you play chess on like chess.com or something like that, and you go and you like look at the AI's like overview of your game, and it talks about mistakes. And it's like you should have done this and should have done that. It doesn't do that because, you know, obviously they don't have an AI that's advanced enough at this game to actually like analyze what you did. But it kind of like gives you, to use a Marvel reference, like the Eye of Agamotto in a sort of thing, sort of like oh wow, this was a bad choice, and then, you know, maybe next time you'll, you know, pick a different choice until eventually you beat Thanos. It's just, yeah, it's very interesting. I'm really like this take actually on stats. I would also like it maybe if there was like a units tab where you could say like one of your units like got 2 kills or something like that, or, you know, your hammer is doing 70% of the damage or whatnot. I think that would also be pretty efficacious. But I actually kind of like this tab as well, like this percentile. How did this deployment work out most of the time? Did you get lucky? Did you get unlucky? So at least with this, you can rule out RNG as a factor, or you can rule it in, really. So like, if you got absolutely screwed on a deployment and you're like, wow, man, I got 1 point and they got 10, man, was that just crazy like RNG or what? And you go in there and the 1 point and for you and the 10 point for them is 2%, you know, you got screwed over by just some really bad rolls. I kind of appreciate that because it lets you sort of fine tune what is good strategy and what is bad strategy, because you're not putting in a variable that is screwing up your way of thinking, which is the RNG itself. So it's like 55% of the time this is going to happen. So I know that generally speaking, I can take that skirmish for what it is. Now, 43% does mean that I did get kind of favorable rolls, but not so favorable rolls that I can discount what happened, right? All right, next skirmish. Flamer is interesting, but I think for right now, with what we know about our squad, we would like the nail. I just hope we kind of roll into a berserker, because I think that's really going to help us turn this around. All right, another 4 down here. Interesting. How do we want to play this? I want to double up into 2 of the 4s. Depends how cynical you want to be, right? In the early rounds, the question really is, how cynical should I be? Like, do I want to try and block entry into the 4? Maybe do I want to put the nail here so that, like, if it's overloaded here, maybe I have the chance for this guy to go that way and help out, you know? I would hope that the AI in this situation... Let's go talk about a hypothetical right now. If the AI is in this situation right here, where he's sitting in this sort of crossroad, and there's a capturable zone up here and a capturable zone down here. If no enemy units pop into this zone, I would hope the AI takes that into account, in that my boy's got it covered, and so he would go this way. However, I don't know that to be a fact. I think it is equally possible that it doesn't consider that, and it's a 50-50 chance to go that way or that way. If that is true, I would hope that one of the improvements that ends up happening is that exact nature. Where if it sees no enemies in this zone and 2 homies, it doesn't go there, it goes here. But maybe that's a little advanced. I don't know. I mean, AI, the director or whatever you want to call it, is definitely going to be kind of like a make or break, I think, on whether or not people get satisfied or are frustrated with this game, like long term. Is because it would feel really suck to try and like be smart like this, put this like winged deployment, so it's like you're kind of like betting on outcomes. And then be punished for it, right? Because it's deep strategy. To put this guy here is deep strategy, where you are trying to bet on 2 different things happening, and if it's always like weighted equally, regardless of whether or not an enemy drops here or not, it kind of reduces the value of a winged strategy. Now, of course, if this was an archer, it would always be good because archers can fire into either zones, and then he can always just spread his influence from there. But this isn't an archer. So we're talking about like movement AI rather than attack AI. And there's so many questions I have about the AI in this game, and I get more of them every day. Maybe someday we should like test that. You know, we might test that today. We'll see. But let's see how this goes. We're still very early days in this skirmish. All right, so uncontested 4. Very contested 4. In fact, pretty much dead 4 up here. This trade into 2 hammers. Even if you took the Acolyte away, you would lose this. So that's not good for us. Heavily defeated. But we did get a 4. So I mean, we're not going to win this either, to be honest. You'd have to kill the Acolytes first, and even then I don't think you'd even get close. Okay. Pretty sure that was the way it was going to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see like 100% here. Yep. Yep. That top left deployment pretty much sealed the entire round. They got us. We got. Command post. That's interesting. Okay. I want to lock that because I think I want that later, but mead hall. Okay, hold on a second. I'm thinking. Money's always useful. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually put mead hall here, because I feel like having 2 8 nails is pretty huge actually for us. And I feel like we're gonna see the AI heavily favor this quadrant, so I'm actually gonna do this. Although I would love the money. My swing units are actually 2 gold, right? I'm basing my strategy off of berserkers here, and hopefully we roll them. And not as all in as I would hope, actually. Oh, creepy librarian. Okay, interesting. That's not good for us. Huge value, that unit. It's one of my favorite units. Again, this one is very much about who you trade into first. If we get the Acolyte out first, that would be perfect. This is pretty much a win, though. I like that. Oh, the freaking dodge. Heck yeah. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Oh, he went left. That's fine-ish. Because we'll probably get over there and still beat him. Ooh, okay. Before the homies showed up. Okay, so we won that round. That's good. What are we thinking about that? Okay, so we got lucky. Honestly, I'm not surprised because we got a lucky dodge. There was a couple of less than advantageous targeting choices by the AI. So yeah, we did get a little bit lucky there. It should have been probably 4v11. Over 15 though. That was a possibility, huh? Ouch. All right, so we got a hammer at the beginning. Yeah, I think we'll take a hammer. This trades very well. We kind of need extra trading here. So the meat hall is still active here. So I think we do the same thing. We put the 2 nails in here. And this time I think we do Elf Scout Hammer. Or do we want to... There are 1v1s that this can win, right? If he puts a single Acolyte here, we win. If he puts a creepy librarian in here, we win, but it hurts us in the long range. We don't know what this last card is, obviously. I'd like to have the 2, but it depends largely on what our AI friend is doing. I doubt he would highly value this addition, though. If anything, I think he would be more top left centric than he has been. So I might actually be better served to do this as far as just grabbing points. Because I think there's going to be a heavy presence in these 2 zones. But let's see if I'm right or wrong here. Okay. Damn, the creepy librarian's down here. Alright. Screaming spawn, okay. I mean, there was a pretty decent presence up there, but not as much as I thought. Oh, wait, did that give him stuff too? It did. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. It's not just friendly dwarves, you say? I think we're gonna do pretty well as long as we can delay, because I want that 4, right? Yeah, okay, we delayed in time. No, creepy librarian, no. Stop hitting my things. Yeah, that was bad for us. We got a lot of hits from that creepy librarian on us. We need righteous balladeer, you say, huh? Alright, I think we're gonna go for the command post now. More gold, huh? Oh, a 5 up there. Ooh. It's his own zone. That could be 7 plus gold. Alright. I'm gonna command post that. Gonna hope that we can get stuff up there. He's spreading out a lot more, isn't he? So probably... Oh, okay, Beast from Beyond, interesting. Probably going to be very close in points here. Depends on whether or not we win up here. I think we should. So we should be fine. Honestly, I want these units to die before the creepy librarian gets here. He's on his way. Alright, please, kill him. No. Don't let him be touched, please. Okay, we're good. Okay, that's good. That's good for us. If we can roll a berserker right now, I'd be happy. Armorer, you say? $3-7 versus 1-7 with 2 armor. I think the 2-7 right now wins. Okay, intriguing. And we've kind of made like a dwarven stronghold up here, so I think we just continue to do what we did. Hopefully they don't put anything in that one and we can actually start buffing our units back. Oh, never mind. It was very, very heavily put into. Creepy librarian. Okay, well, we're gonna get some issues there. Right, we're gonna get our 8. We did contest the 1. Interesting. Well, their berserker's doing quite well. Wish I could get mine. Axe. All right. It's funny, we were kind of like talking about how this deck kind of revolves around the berserker, but we haven't been able to grab one this entire match so far. Do they do the same deployment? Because they're losing every round right now. So if we just do what we're doing, we probably are fine. We don't have to change. The AI has to change here. Okay, they definitely did change. They went far more in the top than they did before. Gibbering Malice. Ooh. That's rough, man. Okay. very heavily going to lose this, I think. But we'll see how these battles go. If we can win here, then we can go down. Oh no, never mind, that got decayed. This is just bad for us because we're getting minuses from the creepy librarian. The 1 point is not worth the carryover that just happened there. Alright, well that suddenly was his turn on his head. Alchemical Archer, yes, we will take that. Okay. Now we're gonna have to start changing things up, I think. And the top zone would be so rough to just hand to him. It's worth 8 plus carryover. Let's see what happens. Interesting. Oof. Okay, well we lost down in the bottom right. 2 creepy librarians. That's rough. Hearing Malice is alone with his friends. But he's still gonna take it all. Right. And the creepy librarian ticks are gonna kill me. Oh, they all died? Oh my gosh. Terrible. Well, there's still plenty to fight for other than these guys killing each other up there. Looks like we got a +1 on the hammer. Well, at least we got the zone. Okay, so we win. Wow. By the skin of our teeth. Nailbiter is right. Alright, so in a final analysis, I think we got a little unlucky there because we didn't get any of our berserkers. It makes me want to play that again. Okay, we're going up against Corporal Blaine's Nomads now. Oh, a steam tank. I can't wait to see that in action. Nail possessed barricade. Okay, I don't know what that does. I can assume what it does, but I don't know for sure. Alright. I'm interested in that fight just to see what the heck a steam tank's like. If it ever drops. I don't know how much gold that is. Interesting. Got the full spread, huh? Hammers trade very well. If anybody does like a 1-up, we probably win that. So I think this is a fine spread. Oh, we didn't even put anybody in there. Interesting. Wonder if they go left or right here. Okay, they split. That's very interesting. Gonna come back. We need to be killing this guy, but we're not. Yeah, we're gonna lose because of really bad target acquisition choices. I can't wait to see what this is. 66% of the time we got this, huh? Man, I would have loved to be in that one. Guess there's just too many targets. If we killed that other guy first, it would have been much better. Berserker, we want to lock that. Heck, I'm going to lock that archer too. What are you? I should know what you are. I mean, that's pretty darn strong. You can see what a barricade does. Nobody's allowed in or out. Ow, now that is interesting. I don't know if we win that fight, honestly. I hope we do. I think we're losing it, though. Unfortunate. Do possessed units always get +1? Yes, they do. I didn't notice that before. That's hugely bad for us. Hugely bad. Everything about this was bad. Well, at least we have a berserker now. Yeah, 4's on the table. I think we really need to just go in this like crazy. We need to win that. The carryover needs to start going crazy for us because they already have a lot. Try contesting individual zones here. Thing. Yeah, toy maker, okay. So this is the entrance that got blocked. Hopefully we can capture this then before they get down here. Nice. All right. Keeping the gap small. Ooh, command post. I like that because that lets us hang out in this too a bit more. Not feel so bad about it. Want to put maybe we definitely want to make sure we get this, so I kind of have to go into it more heavily because this is going to be worth 6 points soon, right? Because it's 2 now. Yeah. Okay, I'm assuming they barricaded us here. Yep, there's only one entrance, so. Thunderdome. Yeah, we could have gone without it, but oh well. You don't know. All right, well, that trades very poorly for us. Healer. Yeah, okay. All right, now we need to start venturing out. There's an 8 here, you say. Well, hold on there. This whole area. So this is 4, 2, so 6, 9, 11, and this is, for us anyways, 14, 15. So if we just take this, we get more points. And this will be an extra 2 every time, too. We're going all in on the left here. A turret. Interesting. There it goes. Oh, wow. Such fortunate target choosing for them. Oh. Worked out exactly how I thought it was going to. Wait. They went all in down here and didn't even grab up here? Interesting. I know it was going to go this way every time, I think. But I want to know if there was, like, any chance we got screwed over there. I think it's going to... Oh, wow, really? 15 versus 7. We actually got technically lucky? Interesting, okay. But did somebody die? Somebody must have died somewhere on one of those bomb ones. We definitely don't want the armor. We'll take the nail, I guess. Alright, well, we're still definitely going heavily over here. Want to make sure that we can contest pretty much everything here. All right. Use of the barricade. Does that go up or down? Goes up, okay. Oh boy, they're gonna come over. Wrong one, dude. Okay, he's gonna kill both next time if he goes first, so we should be fine. I mean, this is huge, these two together. Like, massive. Even if they take the entire right side of the board, we're still well ahead here. Take what we can use right now, I think is the answer to this, because we are in the end game. I think this is good. Oh, interesting. Oh, a berserker on the field, you say? Huh. I don't think we're gonna win here. This is unfortunate. This is very unfortunate. That barricade is huge. Okay. Champion. Okay. Oh, wow. More points over there. I would have preferred points up here. This makes the most sense. Oh, this guy got connected. Oh, okay. Interesting. I still think we should develop out from here, though. But we'll see how it goes. No barricade, at least. A winged horror. Interesting, he barricaded himself off from this 2 here, really. I didn't expect such a massive turnout for that one zone. Hopefully we can get over there with the guys in the 6-2 areas. I think we should be able to, honestly. There we go, perfect. Right. This poor turret is about to be hit by a lot of people. Well, I've won. Wait, remaining zones unreachable? Oh, the barricade went on that. Oh, for a second there I thought it was on that because of the symbol. Oh, okay. I mean, we still won. That's good. What to think about that squad? Despite the fact that we had 3 Berserker cards, we didn't get to levy their strength as much as I would have liked. I mean, I don't mind this, like, triad, though. Very interesting. I feel like I would have had a better performance with this every single time, which is interesting. What to replace in 8 hours and 56 minutes? It's a tough question. It really becomes, what do I think I can improve on? And what are the chances I can improve on it, right? That's the hard part. I really like this one, and I've said that a few times now. I just really enjoy Knights. I think they're really fun. I really like the +7 attack on the first attack. Taking somebody out, I mean, usually, with that is like huge. Absolutely huge. Morin, the Tunnel Rat, Grendel, Goblin Slayer, Greyback, Karen Warden, and Balgra's Silver Shield, despite the fact that he has no shield. He is the shield. He is like Sparta's walls. Alright, well that's pretty cool. Gotta admit, I like the fact that they have different names. Sarthis the Flesh Merchant. Okay, well that guy's just weird. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do, and what I think is a very interesting idea if you want to try and see everything this game has. I'm going to hot seat, and I'm going to pick random things, and I'm going to play both sides. So this is not a hot seat. I am lying to the game right now. But I'm going to press the random button until I see things I've never seen. Chieftain. Okay. That's the only thing that's new, so let's find a different one. Engineer and Summoner. Okay, I have not seen this before, so let's take a look at that. Summoner and engineer. What do you guys do? All right. And we can start also using this to like figure out 1v1s or certain matchups. I am ready. All right, so just for sake of argument, we will put 1 in H right now. So 2 Elf Scouts and an Acolyte. All right, so we already know hammers win every single one of these 1v1s, right? We know this. Hammer is going to win every time versus every single one of those in a vacuum. Even if one of these guys dodges, he's probably still gonna lose. Clean sweep. The other one that's really in doubt is the Elf Scout, because if he dodges once, he might, depending on the initiative, which I believe he should have advantage in, he will win because he gets the first strike, right? But that's assuming a dodge. Wow, there's actually a chance of parity on that. I find that very interesting, considering there was 3 1v1s that everyone was disadvantaged in. Oh, very intriguing. All right, next skirmish. We've already seen all these guys because this is our squad, so that makes sense. But we'll keep the Archmendics. Screaming Spawn is pretty good, so we'll put that in. Berserker, Flamer. We want to see the new things, so let's not lock anything. All right, so what do we want to test here? Actually, this is interesting. I want to know if Acolyte Screaming Spawn beats 2 hammers. Generally speaking. Watch this fight and try and figure out what's going on here. All right, so 2 3s, 2 7s. This one has a chance, well, it does hit everything. So this is 2 to each. I think this depends largely on whether or not the Screaming Horror gets work in before it dies, and then the Acolyte can buff itself. Let's take a look. No, it looks like it's a loss. So 2 hammers beats that combo. There's a lot of 2v2s, a lot of 1v1s where hammers are just really good. Like one of the best early game unlimited units for sure. Alright, Acolyte. Champion, we've already seen all these guys, so we'll stick with the hammer. Oh, a 6, nice. Alright, what else can we test here? Screaming Spawn and Acolyte trades 2 hammers. When does it start to flip here? Let's get these guys out of it. No, we don't want it. Be too crazy. So if we have 2 hammers in this room, That would lose, right? What about 3 hammers in a 3v3? Because there's no way 2 hammers beats 2 acolytes in a screaming spawn. Just straight math, it's just not possible. Assuming no dodges. But then again, they don't have an evade, so hammers aren't going to evade anyways. And they're on the losing side of that math. So let's see what 3v3 does here. Alright, let's take a look here. The thing about acolytes is they get access to things like the Dark Altar, which makes them a lot stronger, a lot quicker. Bad selection. This could really mess up that test. You know, if the acolytes had picked a different target, I think that would have been a very different game. Else yet? We've already seen all of these, so we continue. Come on, roll the new units for me, please. I want to do that again. 2 acolytes and a screaming horror. Versus 3 hammers. Pretty advantageous. Didn't double up, okay, so could be better for the acolytes. Ooh, they did double up, so that's bad for the acolyte. Ooh, and he didn't get the one he could kill. Just bad targeting right now. Very bad targeting. I wish I could like look at individual fights and see the simulation for each fight. Like striate it a bit more in the statistics. Now that's interesting. There was a 65% chance of a 19v1. Which means to me that generally speaking, that fight in the bottom left was won by the acolytes. Very interesting. Ooh, a gray sniper. Oh god, this guy though. Nope, none of the new units. Oh good, we get the Thunderdome down here. That's cool. I want to see that again. I want to see it again. Show it to me. What other fights should we do? Gray Sniper is so strong. Can I not? I can't. Literally can't. Okay. Alright, 3 hammers here. Gray Sniper versus one hammer is pretty easy. Two hammers, probably not as much. Well, it's 4 turns for them to kill him, assuming no dodges. But if your Gray Sniper gets pinned by 2 hammers, is that a death sentence? I think it depends on target choice, doesn't it? So yeah, if he had killed the other guy, I think he would have won. So this time they do win that fight. So you are RNG favored, statistically from the looks of it, to win that specific matchup. Wow, look at the spread on this. This is the most spread I think I've ever seen in a match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate 1%. That's very interesting. And a 2% as well. So this is just a shit show. Very intriguing. Archimendix. None of the new units. Gosh darn it, show me them. I want to know what they do. I don't even need to pick them, just show them to me. Alright, what do we want to Thunderdome this round? I mean, this guy's really strong, so he goes like a random unit is 8. So I want to see what he can solo. So maybe we put him in the Thunderdome. Do we have any other Thunderdomes yet? No, not really. Screaming Spawn. Screaming Spawn and Elf Scouts versus... We'll Thunderdome in this corridor if we... Oh no, over here, yep. With the Gray Sniper and see what we can get done there. And then... What is far away from that as possible? Alright. So just math-wise, we know 2 hammers would lose to an Archimendix, but with 3... Let's see how the Possessed do versus the Gray Sniper. Wait, where did I put the Gray Sniper? I think it was there, right? And then let's just have the random one. Oh, I put the Gray Sniper over there. So this is going to be bad for these guys because the Gray Sniper can just absolutely murk them from afar. This is basically what you're supposed to do with the Gray Sniper is offset him. So he's by himself, you know, raining hell. I'm interested to see how this goes. Oh, nice target acquisition pick. Oh, wow, he loses on initiative. Interesting. That is very interesting. Grig is fun. Summoner. Finally, we get to see one of the new things. Okay, what do you do? Slow attacking ranged unit has a 50% chance to spawn a winged horror at the start of the attack phase. Wow, that's huge. Does he do that even when he's by himself? I want to see this again, but I want to see it with 2 instead of... Here. I really want to see more of this Screaming Spawn Acolyte combination. Alright. 2, that one, and that one. Okay. Alright, let's see what how 2 hammers works, because there is apparently some sort of issue going on here. We know it loses to 2 hammers, right? Yeah. What about 2 possessed? I want to see what he does by himself first. Like, does this guy always poop him out even when he's not, like, quote unquote in combat? And the Grig is all by himself. Poor Grig. Oh, he does. He just threw out a winged horror right there. Oh, the dodge though. Interesting. Wow. Grace Diaper by himself loses to a lot of things. Wow. I'm really surprised that that guy lost that 1v2. Another winged horror, huh? Oh, another one. So far, this guy's really getting the 50-50s in his favor. Oh, there goes that. Okay, Summoner is really good. Really good. That was really insane. Remember we were talking about how much we didn't like that gate that pooped out the 4-2s? It is so much better to poop out a 3-7. I can't even like emphasize that enough. A 3-7 that can move 2 zones too, if I recall correctly from the Winged Horror. Yeah, pretty crazy. And it has first strike. Yeah, okay, Summoner is correct. I love that. Alright, what else can we find? Alien Locust, we have had access to. I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, it could be good in, like, very limited situations because it has that dice roll, but it's just so weak by itself. Like, if it was a 2-2 instead of a 1-2, I think I'd be more impressed. Vezus. Never seen you before. Or radiation therapy. Alright, let's take a look. Use this versus them. See if we can... no, let's do this. I want to see more knight matchups. I want to know what Vesus is doing too. Alright. Hammer, hammer, possessed. Two acolytes most often will probably be a hammer. But if he goes for both, it's 2, 4, so then he'll have 3. That'll become a 3. Yeah, you lose every time. Okay. Otherwise, though, it's a complete loss. So if you double up on a hammer, you win as an acolyte. He still takes a crap a ton of damage out of you, though. It'll kill one of you for sure. Ooh, it was a ranger. That's an X factor. I love possess because they create so much chaos in your plans. Like that probably would have been an absolute loss, but because the ranger showed up over here, it was a clean sweep. I wonder if this simulation thing actually like takes into account what the possessed picks. I imagine with this much variation, it must. Screaming Spawn. Flamer is an interesting thing to test more, because it's the one I tend to like go over a lot. Ooh, Spitting Cobra, yeah. Poison in a vacuum is an interesting concept. Alright, so Flamer and a hammer. Okay. And then we'll put a hammer up here and a possessed over here. So, Flamer and a hammer. And an Elf Scout. Does that beat that? Probably not. Spitting Cobra should probably get absolutely wrecked in by himself, I would imagine. Okay. Interesting choice. He's not fighting the thing inside of his own zone. Wow, that wasn't exactly close, was it? Poison seems like a late game mechanic. That's a cool looking Berserker Bear too. Ooh, an 8 to fight over. Ooh. Alright. More advanced things here. 2 flamers. And we'll put 2 hammers up here. And we want to get rid of the possessed, so I guess we'll just throw them in the blow up zone. Okay. 2 acolytes versus 2 flamers. That should be a loss for the Acolytes. No. Okay, also, I do want to see that. And then I want to see some value out of this guy. All right, do the Acolytes double up? Question 1. Because I think that's going to be very poignant difference here in possibility. Nope, I think they lost there. Yep. You have to double up to win that 2v2. You're not gonna make it, man. You're not gonna make it. Oof. Oh, you are gonna make it. Elf Scout for the win. Sometimes they are crazy. Ooh, creepy librarian. I'm gonna keep both of these. Alchemical archers are really good. Screaming spawn. Yeah, okay, let's take that. Screaming spawn at 2 flamers. I would have a hard time thinking that there was much that could defeat that. Too bad they're on opposite sides right now. Hammers, and let's do 2 possessed. Alright, so Screaming Spawn versus Flamers. I think that's just a win right there, right? It's that 5th point of health that's so advantageous for that Screaming Horror. Assuming initiative stays consistent here. Dodge though. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Oh, this poison's gonna be ticking along. But they're possessed, so it kind of doesn't do shit. Isn't that interesting? Oof. Rip. Oh, rip. Nobody gets those zones. Yeah, so poison on possessed, you had to stack at least 2 to get anything, which is very interesting to me. So it's another thing where possessed can kind of be different. Very interesting. Give me that knight. Still none of the new stuff, although we could take a research station because I'm interested in how that works. Oh, another 8 and a 2. Man, this is some crazy. We're getting some crazy situations in this one. All right, knight. 1v1 test. 2 in the bottom. I want to see what 2 flamers can do in more different situations. And we'll figure out a few more things about possessed and poison, I guess. Alright, so Spitting Cobra, Screaming Spawn versus 2 possessed. Probably you just lose that. So hold on a second. Let's do Acolyte, Spitting Cobra versus 2 possessed. So Acolyte Screaming Spawn versus them. And the knight wins here quite convincingly, does he not? Oh, right, the flamers. I forgot they exist. We'll test them other things. Okay, so that just what gives me a VP, just like randomly. In 1 victory point for each skirmish research station that has been in place. Did I go up by 1 there? Went into 2 acolytes. That's interesting. Ooh, the dodge though. God, hammers are so strong. As for an unlimited unit. What happens to this when it goes to the other side? Does he get the VP? So 29 to 0. So 60 and 16 right now. So I can remember those numbers. Magic shield's pretty huge. We don't want creepy librarian because it's gonna alter things. Another spitting cobra, okay. 16, 16. Okay, so it just disappeared because it went... Because we lost sovereignty. Okay, cool. Alright, good to know. Knight in the bottom. Let's see what else he can 1v1. We'll throw some flamers over here. And I want to get rid of these possessed. Yo, I bet you a flamer magic shield would actually be crazy. Just imagine, because like there's so many things that they would be able to do because of that. I want to know if they would win this. Maybe not that. But this, perhaps? Alright, and I want to see a fight like this down here. And I guess we're going to throw that up there. Research station. I didn't win anything last round? Oh, poor research station. It's only 1 VP, so I don't know. But, you know, it is a free VP, I guess. Bye. Oh, really good targeting decisions for the flamers there. Oh, okay. Wow, the knight loses to that, huh? Poison. Poison when stacked is quite good. And you can do it from range, which is very interesting. That guy's gonna die pretty soon, but it doesn't matter. Interesting. We still didn't see any of the new units though, did we? The Wait, what did we have? Oh wait, were we going up against our own thing there? No, we weren't. It just doesn't save it. Okay, that's fine. As many goo. Astral conduit. Oh god, this would be a crazy one to roll into. We don't know what Miasmatic Goo, Gamma Priest, or really what Astral Conduit does. This would be a really interesting fight. Okay. I just hope we roll the new units. Like, we seem to be having trouble with that concept right now. Hammers versus the world. You on. Oh god, they got hammer too. I feel like the Acolyte is one of those units where the more things that are in an area, the stronger they are. Because they have a chance to be the last thing alive and go absolutely ham, right? There goes that. Summoner. Oh, that's such a cool looking summoner too. Yeah, dang. Like, we're gonna put everything in this in like one area, like completely load up. The Acolyte would probably get more value, assuming it didn't get absolutely knocked off the face of the earth. Right? Although we don't actually have a guaranteed Acolyte, do we? Ooh. We can only hope. Oh, it was a hammer this time. So what is this? This is a scout and 3 hammers versus 3 scouts and 1 hammer. Well, we know how this is going to end, right? It's just straight health advantage. Unless, of course, there's always possible that, like, we hit this guy. Let's see, every single person on this side gets hit once. And instead of that happening on this side, we start to, like, knock them, or we, like, double them out, kind of a thing. So this guy gets doubled out, and then this guy gets hit, and then that guy, they can hit that guy once. There is maybe a chance, depending on. I still don't think you win though, but we'll see. Oof. Oh, no, this is not how you do it. This is not how you win this fight. That's how you absolutely get slaughtered in that fight. Exactly what happened. A complete lack of doubling there. Knight every time. Twice on Sunday. Creepy Librarian's cool, but I want more summoner action. Knight 1v1. Knight will win every single 1v1 of a basic unit without even flinching. Does he win versus 3 Elf Scouts though? This might get contaminated by proximities. I think he loses, though. He definitely loses. Oh, everybody walked away. Yeah, he definitely loses a 1v3. Good to know. Summoner. The summoner is like, let's just put everybody far away. See what happens. I want to put this guy over here. We'll go full 1v1 and see. This is probably going to be a loss, but what if this guy makes it a win? Overall, I'm interested. Can this guy affect this from that distance? Well, there's an acolyte in there. That could be interesting. That could be spicy. Oh, there's a winged horror. Acolyte gets a little stronger. Ooh, there's gonna be winged horrors entering almost every turn going forward. Interesting. Oh, he's blocking too. No, oh no, no horror that time. Ooh, see the knight's strength there. Oh, another winged horror there. You know, I really like this unit. I really do. Another knight, man. I can't do that because it's just way too powerful right now. We wouldn't be able to get any fights. Astral Conduit. Woo. All right, what do you do? Unit permanently buffs itself by +1 attack, +2 health for every action played this skirmish. Ah, interesting. Very interesting. But I want to see double summoner because we know possessed doesn't actually count for that. I feel like double summoner is probably stronger. Imagine like you just like put like a summoner. Actually, you know what? Let's create a very interesting situation here. So let's put these guys over here. These guys over here. Put a bounty on that. And let's put 2 summoners here, right next to each other, and then this is probably gonna go crazy, right? Thanks for streaming the game. I played the demo, enjoyed it, but now I gotta consider the $15. I think it's definitely worth that much. I mean, I'm certainly having fun. Thank you, Ask Joshy. I appreciate that. It's fun to have a persona. Okay, we got 1 horror. Oh, he moves in right away. Can we get a double horror? Nope. 0 horrors. Oh, there's 1. This is neither. I'm hot seating myself to try and figure out how matchups are going and seeing units I haven't seen before. Look at all these winged horrors, though. Versus boombots. Gosh. Out of hand. What do you do against two summoners like this? The longer the round goes, the more you're getting absolutely dummied by winged horrors. Interesting. Maybe I do need two knights. Creepy Librarian is always a good pick. I kind of want to pick the Acolyte right now because winged horrors are going to count for Acolytes. Yeah, Acolytes and Hammers are a real nice combination. They really help each other. Alright, let's try two knights here. Dump everything on the other side of the zone so it doesn't contaminate as much as it can. I kind of want to see how this goes. So two summoners here. Let's say 3 Elf Scouts and an Acolyte. And then we'll dump these over here. Did I realize you could throw your card against yourself? Yep, all you gotta do is hot seat, and then, you know, just pretend you're yourself. Or you're not yourself, sorry. Alright. Can two knights deal with this? Especially with the Acolytes keep getting huge, and winged horrors probably entering and making the Acolyte even go crazier. Interesting. Oh, Acolyte's gone. Knights are struggling. Interesting. We should be getting at least one turn where they both coin flip a winged horror, but I haven't seen that once yet. I wonder if there's a limit, like 1 per round or something like that. I want to watch this because I want to see if we can see them throw out 2. Oh, there was a double. Okay, finally. Now I've seen it, I know it can happen. Look at that, though. What can one man do against such reckless hate? How very interesting. Oh, flamers, though. Okay. Ruin is probably decent, but in this case, I want a magic shield. All right, but like that's all well and good, right? But what if they get caught? Let's say there's 2 hammers and a toy maker, and they go into the zone that you have with your two summoners. Is that an automatic loss? So, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Magic shielding the Acolyte is probably always the way. And not why would I do that? You can put magic shield on your enemy. I didn't even think that was an idea. Who's got the bounty? Nobody? Oh, okay. Actually, let's not do that. Wait, where'd my smelly blessing go? I lost my smelly blessing. Had to take it off and now it's gone. Oh well. I'm very interested in whether or not the summoners can save themselves. Alright, let's do this. Magic Shield Acolyte is kind of broken. Okay, we got one. Doesn't look like it versus this, at least. Maybe if we didn't have the Toy Maker in there. Were I more into TFT or Hearthstone Battlegrounds or Autobots? Definitely TFT. I was more of a TFT player for sure. Alright, we get one more test at this. End of the Atom. That's always a good one. Triple Summoner. Oh, baby. Alright, but we're still gonna do the Toy Maker here. I'll still want to see if 3 hammers... No, 2 hammers... Alright, let's say 3 hammers, hypothetically. That's going to be a pretty strong contingent. And we'll put this up here. Put 1 summoner in the zone between, and we'll continue this Thunderdome, see if 2 summoners can save themselves. See if the summoner can really affect this as well. Especially if you put a Smelly Blessing on them, that should be interesting. Imagine you get triple coin flip and every single one of them spawns one first turn. Oh, double up. That's not good for testing purposes. Oh, a double. Ooh, a triple up on the act. Oh, okay. On the Winged Horror. This one doesn't want to do anything, apparently. Oh, there we go. I went up. Rip this zone. Wow, they can totally save themselves versus 3 hammers. Well, one of them at least. That was pretty lucky though, the double coin flip at the beginning. Look at that army though. Oh, he's just pooping them. Very interesting. Look at them all. Shh. Wow. Okay. So yeah, Summoner is definitely something you want in your squad if you're going for that route. Well, here's 3 units we haven't seen. Sir Onyx, Vezus, and Gamma Priest. Hopefully we roll those. So we'll switch up something here. Yeah, okay. Let's do this one. Since the game doesn't have a tutorial of its own yet, maybe throw one up on YouTube angled at TFT players. I probably will make a few videos once I sort of get a better grasp of the fundamentals myself. Ooh, okay. There's just so many units I haven't seen yet. Oh, Joshy, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome to the pod. Ranger on the wall. First badge for your Prime worth? Oh, hell yeah. Gotta have that swag. Interesting. I mean, Rangers in an op zone is like very important. Yeah, there's no way the Rangers lose this. Even with the possessed, all they have to do is double up once into the other guy and then it's over. Which they refuse to do as of right now, but... There we go. Now it's over. Slap fight ends. Very strong Rangers when they are in a zone by themselves. The only thing about them is they pin themselves as long as they have something to shoot, so they won't go off and capture other things. Gibbering Malice is a definite lock. This guy is crazy strong. So is Creepy Librarian, honestly. No new fellas. Spitting Cobra is decent, but we want to save for the new stuff. Oh, they were possessed that turned into Rangers. That's pretty interesting. Oh, no, never mind. Wrong faction. I always like setups like this for some reason. When you have Rangers, they can just start touching all these other zones. Also, putting them in like corridors is actually like weirdly strong because a lot of people don't put anything in corridors because it's not worth anything, right? Oh, though we do get a double Ranger on the possessed. Oh, triple Ranger. Oh no, this just... You thought I was ambushing you. You're ambushing me. Gonna take off now, but we'll be back to Steel Strats later. Good luck with the content. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my friend. And yeah, no worries. You're not stealing. I'm certainly giving. But thank you very much. There's so much RNG involved with Possess. It's really cool. I like it. Ooh, nice. Perfect. Easy fight. Give me some new people. Now we're gonna keep the creepy librarian out of it for now, just for purification of tests. Oh, here we go. Here's one of the new guys. Gamma Priest. The start attack phase has a 20% chance of giving a random ally in zone +1 attack and +2 health permanently. Wow, that's huge. I want that. That's really good. Oh my god. Ooh, torture chamber. Ooh, boy. A rough one. This is where you do something like this, right? You put the rangers in between. Put the nails on either side. Just let them affect the outcome everywhere. So many nails. Slap fights. They don't do anything. It's really the rangers that are changing the outcome. If they kill this elf scout, they just win the day. That's it. It's over. Because these guys can't harm each other at all. Yep, it's over. Goodbye. Kind of an awkward situation, isn't it? Makes for really long rounds. If you're a squad that runs nails and they're a squad that runs nails, you can get into some really long situations where it's not a deadlock, because if it is a deadlock, it ends the round. So that's one thing that's good. But this is like close to a deadlock, but not a deadlock. And you're just gonna spend this entire time watching it go. This is the part where you go 4 times speed. Right, perfect. Bring Malice is soon to be deployed. Gamma Priest. Alright, so how do we want to play Gamma Priest here? We want to try a similar strat. Here. See how it works out. So like if we were to put Gamma Priest, is he ranged? No, but if we were to keep him here, right? Oh, we can't do that shit. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna do something weird because I want to see how this works out. Just embed the Gamma Priest. How often does it work out? Well, if he just dies every turn, probably not. Please don't hit my Gamma Priest again. Oh, there goes. He did one. Nope, not that. It's a 20% chance. This should really only happen 1 out of every 5 rounds in a perfect world. Oh, of course he goes after the one guy that I want to stay alive. We did get a buff out of him, so I guess that's kind of nice. Gibbering Malice. Turret's cool, but not a huge fan. I think I'd rather have a ranger. Okay, we got some Thunderdome action here. You know what I kind of want to know? I want to know that if a Gibbering Mouse by itself, like just hanging out, could it kill the entire enemy force? Because I honestly think these things are crazy. Let's just throw everything we got over here. If we were to throw, like, legitimately everything in here. How close? Oh, I guess we can't do everything. Alright. Alright, what's this? A 1v6? Alright, let's put the other one over here. Let's see if this Gibbering Mouse can win a 1v6. Needs to hit very specific target. Maybe not. The nails surviving the one shot is actually very big here. That's actually huge. If he had hit the other guys that he actually could one shot, you know what? That kind of makes me think about nails a little bit differently. Because that unit is like absolutely bonkers in a lot of situations. Yeah, we don't want more of those. What's the other ones we're looking for here? We're looking for Sir Onyx and something else. Alright, I want the Verdant Privateers to win this round. I still think like this is very close to being an absolute murder fest. But I mean, nails are actually pretty good here. But I mean, even if you put like rangers in here, let's say several buffed rangers, the Gamma Priest, anything without armor, this is gonna like absolutely annihilate, right? 7, 10, 11. That's in one round. It's -4 for armor. That could be close. Yeah, I did. I need to understand the limits of this creature. I mean, this is like, you know where it's going to be, so this probably won't happen in a real match, right? It's going to be somewhere weird, and it's going to start murdering everything. One's down. Two down. Well, at least I think he's gonna lose here, depending on initiative. But I think those guys have first strike, so it's pretty much over. All right. Yeah, very interesting. Berserker Bear. A little late for a Berserker Bear, but thing about Berserker Bear is he gives us a chance to illustrate something. Oh wait, no, it's on the wrong side. But you know what? Let's just put these guys in here. You know, let's just load up this area here. And I'm interested. If you were to take all the Rangers and the Gamma Priest and the Berserker Bear in there, let's say plus a nail, do they survive? I don't think they do. Let's give them another Ranger, yeah. God damn, I do that a lot. What the heck? When it's really close to each other, sometimes I grab this instead of that. Oh wow, look at that overlap. That's pretty terrible. You gotta make sure you don't do that. I could totally see myself screwing myself over with mistakes like that. Hey, Quantic Flux, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. We're just doing hot seats right now to try and test various combinations and whatnot. I'm lying to the game and telling it I have a friend. It's going pretty good. I really like this game. We're trying to like find things we haven't seen before by randomizing the hot seat opponent till we see a unit we haven't seen on the field, and then testing from there. So, you know, it's a slow process. We're learning. Trying to figure out exactly what the capabilities of this card is. Not that one. Gibbering Mouse. Because he seems really strong. We're just trying to figure out exactly how much he can take and whatnot. So, it's been very interesting. Let's see how this goes. He's hiding amongst the weeds right now, but he basically will... Ooh, he killed his own unit. Alright. That's not good. That's just a slap fight, so that's going to go forever. Yeah, he is a bit risky, isn't he? It's like he likes backup, but he also doesn't like backup. Very bad rolls. He's killed allies both times until that moment. Slap fight. Forever. When the possessed rolls nails when you have nails up there, it's, yeah, it's awkward, isn't it? I treat him like I treat the jellyfish guy, send him off by himself and hope for the best. Yeah, he's kind of like a split push kind of a guy. If you sort of relate to like MOBA terms or something like that for this. He's a roamer. He's the jungler of your group. Much like junglers, they tend to eat their own. Oh, good lord. Alright. Yeah, can we just... Thank you. Alright, so that was interesting. Well, thank you for the follow, Quantic Flex. Welcome to the pod. Alright, let's see here. Blaze Point, Fortune Teller, and Steam Tank. I ain't seen any of those three. Blaze Point. What is that even? That's like a fire tank? I've seen Barricade before. That one's really strong. I really like Barricade, honestly. It's very interesting. Fortune Teller, Steam Tank, and Blaze Point. All right. What do we want to bring into this? Yeah, let's bring in some gray snipers and stuff. Duke Harkins randoms. What a name. What every one of these squads should be named if they're true to themselves. All right. 1v1 tests. Ranged units are the bane of my existence. Yeah, it's like you gotta catch them, right? If they're in like an opposite zone, you're just gonna lose. Ooh, hammers, the infamous winners of all the 1v1s. I don't know for certain, but I'm 90% sure that there is no unlimited unit that can beat the hammer in a 1v1. Until they add one that can, this is gonna be one of the best ones you can pick. Or, you know, roll into. Oh, we're still at 4 times. What just happened there? I wish I was there. Can I? Yeah, let's go review the replay here. Was these mega dodging or something? What the heck? Okay, that went normal. 2 dodges in a row? Wow, okay. Ranger technically can if you set it up in a different room, not before the hammer catches a point, though. Yeah, that's fair. Although that's less a 1v1 and more of a 1v0 with the guy hitting you from afar. Oh yeah, true, yes, a possessed hammer. But I mean, that's really just a hammer. That's just a hammer versus a hammer. But actually, we just saw that 1v1 get lost because of dodges. So I guess in extreme circumstances, that's not true. Lace weed. Still don't think this is good value, especially for 1 gold. Screaming Spod's interesting though. No cool things, so I guess we just pick a hammer. Yeah, Possessed Hammer is kind of like the dream, I think. Because it gets that +1 heal around. Alright. We know that a hammer beats one of these. Put the Possessed there and see if we can get something else out of it. Hammer loses that 1v1 but wins that 2v2. Seems like spells are usually not the way to go. To be fair though, most of my experiences in single player where the enemy starts it stronger and continues ramping. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Versus the AI, you need the bodies because they start with more, right? I definitely agree that with the single player mode in mind, you almost never want actions versus units. In situations where you're on level terms, there are not many actions that I would prioritize outside of Possessed, technically. I think there are a few that are quite good, though. Command Post comes to mind. I think Scribe Bolt is pretty good. I think Barricade's going to have some pretty good value, too, actually, once people start testing it. Oh, you're done. You're done, bud. You're not winning that. Okay. You guys catch what just happened there? Rubble-strewn streets makes it pretty much a tie in a 1v1 between a hammer and a scout. Very interesting. The runaway.
I think overall, though, the Acolyte in the right circumstances is the strongest of the Unlimiteds. The problem is you got to get it to that level. Beast from Beyond. No, show me something new. Man, those gold names are really hard to find. Really hard to find. Oh, good, we have a Thunderdome. Let's do some tests again. Alright, so... Let's see if this Thunderdome works out. Now let's do this. Just lost at difficulty 5 because you couldn't find any rare units. Was so close. Oh man, that's rough. Yesterday I lost at difficulty 5 because it gave him a Gibbering Malice at the beginning, and then like 2 or 3 rounds later he had a second Gibbering Malice, and it was just a slaughter. That's rough, yeah. And then the next match, I was like, okay, hopefully it'll be better. And then the next match, it was like a Talon in like the first round. And I was just like, oh my god. It can be rough when they give the AI a free limited at the beginning, because if it picks the right one, you're just so screwed. Alright, so a healer is not enough to swing that. That's good to know. And obviously 3v2 makes sense for a win there. You would hope. You would hope 3v2 would win there. Another Acolyte, okay. Dark Altar is always good. One of the best units in the game. But we're not going to pick that because we're not looking to contaminate our results yet. Flamer though. We're saving gold for units, okay. Not sure you like the way difficulty is currently. The continued gold every round, especially rough, makes it a race. Yeah, I can understand why it would be like not quite as satisfying as like just having a better AI, but I end up having 10 gold I couldn't spend because of lack of rare units. Yeah, that's true. That does happen. It brings me back to Magic the Gathering, right? Like, do you have a lot of experience with Magic the Gathering? You know, when you get like Blood and Screw, where like you have either too many lands or too few lands. I very often find myself in situations where I either have too much gold or I don't have any gold. All right, now this should definitely turn the tide down here. RNG's a killer, that's true. And very is. Although it also keeps it fresh. Let's see if we can turn this tide down here with what we got. Ooh, 2 Acolytes on the possessed roll. Interesting. But they should die first, unless there's a triple up. Okay, it's not necessary. If they all go different. Okay, we gotta see this. Okay, that's actually really, really good for us. Hit the Acolyte. Ooh, wrong choice. Wrong choice. We still win, though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Healer with an Acolyte is very strong because it pretty much guarantees Acolyte versus Acolyte that your wins. Ooh, a dark tabernacle. Ooh. Damn, show me the new stuff. God dang. Gonna have to like get a blue wind going so I can actually extend this game. So healer, oh, there goes our Thunderdome. I guess we could do it there, but we can only put so many in. Healer with 2 acolytes is pretty insane, right? Because it's just gonna murder everything. Even if we put like, I mean, 3 hammers would actually be pretty terrible, but because they wouldn't be able to kill anything before it worked. It would have to be something other than hammers here. So like another possessed, and then just hope it's not. I'll put this guy here because I don't want him in here right now. I could. You're right. I want to extend while also perhaps having some useful tests. If it gets too close, I'll definitely do that. So I put the 1 unit by himself. He will start capturing while these guys are doing their tests. Alright, what the heck are we going with here? What is this? Acolyte, Eagle Scout, Elf Scout, sorry. I don't know why I always say Eagle Scout. I guess I just think highly of him. This should be a really interesting fight. God, I feel like the healer is just gonna go crazy though. This is interesting to me too. If they double up, they win, I think. Nope, no double up. Ooh. Oh, the possessed heal though. Ooh, the possessed heal though. If he went for the healer, I think the other guy wins there. Alright, we've seen that a couple times now, haven't we? Screaming Horror and 2 Elf Scouts beats 3 hammers. Because it allows them to get over that health disparity that they have. Oh, big dodge. Don't think it'll matter still because of where they're fighting, but still a big dodge. Brad Elf? I haven't seen him too much. I don't think I'd like to use him. What? Come on, dude. I think I'm gonna have to do what you were talking about because we're not finding it. I want to see it at least once. I want to be able to read it. Brad Elf, though, where are you? This guy is very interesting. Poison. Poison. Screaming Spawn. And an Elf Scout. And I got 2 acolytes and the healer. I want to see that more. And then we'll just throw these guys over here. So it's 3 and 3, okay. Only 2 guys. Lame. Do you like not put somebody down? I've actually never thought about doing that. Let's see. Okay, you can not put somebody down. Interesting. All right, let's see how this goes. Yeah, it really would be nice to have a spot to see all units. But I understand why they're not doing it, right? They want it to be like a hunt, you know, a fun part of the game is to try and connect with a squad, basically. And the randomness of it makes it more interesting. Ooh, that's a huge swing right there. We went almost too far in the other direction. These piercing zones are huge for things being different. Man, still none of the new units. Okay, so now we have to switch it. The orange guys have to win because the other guys won way too much. That's a cost thing, isn't it? Okay. Actually, we can do this more intelligently than this. I understand what you're talking about, but I have some comments on YouTube complaining that the game is boring or too simple. I feel like the lack of information is making them come to negative conclusions. That is definitely a risk. You're right. People bounce off of things without giving them a fair chance a lot. But then again, it's possible that that might just be people that aren't really into the genre at all, right? Like they see a new game and they're trying it out and they realize, oh, well, I'm not really into auto battlers. You know, like people that think that an auto battler is boring, never gonna like this game because it's an auto battler. People that want direct control over everything that their units do, they're gonna go play something else, and I think that's always gonna happen. But it's certainly you have a very good point that the lack of information is not helping. It's definitely not a good thing. Unless let me take that back. Let's put devil's advocate here. Unless you're coming from it from the old school, old guard, like nostalgia kind of situation. I don't know how old of a gamer you are, Quanic. I'm not 100% sure, but back in the day, there was something really nice about not knowing anything about the game you're playing and finding Easter eggs and weird strats that your friends hadn't thought of, or going to the store and buying a literal guide. Remember when we used to do that? We used to buy guides for games because we wanted to make sure we could 100% it and stuff like that. There is a quality to mystery, and I think that is what the developers are 100% looking to bank in on, and they want that to be part of their game. It's important to them that there is a mystery and an excitedness to the random of what you can get, where you're forced to try things that you might not otherwise, and you find things you like that you might not initially think, or you learn to love a squad because you can't just slap in the meta right away. You can't go, this is the best. The internet told me this is the best, right? And by creating that veil over the information and creating this randomness in squad generation, and you don't actually know where all the units are, you haven't seen all of them, you don't even know what half of them do, it creates this exciting, tantalizing, maybe I'm going to find something new today. And I don't know how effective this is going to be on gamers below the age of 20. But I don't think this is a game that they're thinking of going after that audience anyway. So we'll see. I mean, I agree with you, but I can also see the other side. I just don't know from a game developer's perspective whether or not it's fiscally the way to go. You know what I mean? One of the people is actually specifically interested in auto battles, but they're complaining that this isn't one. This isn't one? I'd love to hear how they're justifying that this isn't an auto battler. You totally understand what I'm saying? I think the mystery is fun, but I'm concerned about the longevity of the game. It's early days, early access for a reason, right? They're going to iterate. So I think that, it's very likely that they're going to see all of that and create a better product because of it, right? You hope, anyways. But I mean, I've talked to the devs a bit recently, and they're really cool people, and they really care, and they really want to make the best game possible, and they're not closed-minded, which is a huge plus. So I think there's a lot of things to be positive about. They're whining about the lack of auto chess synergies and stuff. Oh, okay. Like things like to put it into TFT terms, like the what do they call them? Where you get like 2 of a certain type of a unit, and you get like a bonus to them and stuff like that, and unlocks extra layers. Tim Bruder's great. Just played with him earlier today in a real nail biter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the devs are really really good people, and that's always a plus. I mean, I think I said this on the stream before. I've been part of a community before where the developers were very much not open to suggestions, and it is almost always worse unless they're like an absolute genius. It is almost always worse when they close out their community and they think, I'm going to make the game for only me and you better buy it anyways. This is not that from what I've seen so far. So I'm really happy about that. I mean, the auto chess synergies could be added. I think when they went to early access, this is like them going, okay, now tell us what to do next. Like they have plans, but they always emphasize how much they're reacting to the community, which is great because it's these things that we want. Some of them could happen, and then it's just gonna get better from there, right? I mean, if you're looking at like the fact that like maybe it's not the most emphatic early access launch you've ever seen. I've seen plenty of games come out of nowhere and hit like that Rolling Stone situation where next thing you know it's huge, right? Not where you start, it's where you end. I've been doing content creation for a little over a year now with a focus on new daily indie games. A lot of my community is made up of game devs, and luckily it's very rare that devs are not open to feedback. I think that will always harm a game. I agree with you 100%, Quanic. Absolutely. Absolutely. But there are people out there where it's like, woof, yeesh. Still no new unit. Cold names, where are you? That's great. I'm using a getting turret now. I mean, look how I'm like doctoring the scores right now to try and elongate this game. Let's throw the Grad Elf in somewhere. And 8's on the board now. Jeez, that's gonna end the game. That's rough. Oh well, there's no point playing more. We don't get to see anything new. Let's find another hot seat thing that gives us something cool. Chieftain, we haven't seen that yet, but it's the only one we haven't seen in this group, so I think we're gonna... Although, man, 4 gibbering mouses? Good lord, that would be awful. Yeah, definitely keeping it close. Yeah, it's too bad it didn't work out. Oh, here we go. Vezus and Fortune Teller. We have not seen. Hopefully we can get that out. Elskano's got Acolyte. Gamma Priest. I like Gamma Priest a lot. But I think he would be better in a squad where there's like dwarves that like taunt in front of him. I think that would be better for Gamma Priest. I don't think he really has as much value in a straight scintillant assembly, even with mages. I think you had to have dwarves for Gamma Priest to really shine. See, this is the kind of thing where I would be like, oh crap, if I saw this versus AI. No ones. You know you're behind the 8 ball in the first round. You're just looking at all these points that are probably going to go to him. And you're like, oh geez, I hope I can get this 4. You know, that kind of a thing. Oh man. Oh, this is an RNG fiesta. This is so much about target picking right here. Oh, you lost. Sorry, buddy. Nice knowing you. The real stage always makes you anxious? Yeah, me too, honestly. Versus an opponent where I'm like, gosh, I hope he's doing what I think he's doing. Yeah. Alan? Normally I would 100% clock this because it's crazy, but I want to see the new things. Okay, wait, hold on a second. What am I doing? What if I just... Okay, bear with me for a second. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but... Show me the new units. Now we're just like meta gaming. We're doing some nasty stuff to try and get what we want now. I mean, if I had a glossary, I wouldn't be doing this. Just saying. You're evil. Your game is evil sometimes. It's interesting it actually lets us do this. I wonder if there's ever a reason to do that. Like, the economy isn't like... There's no reason to lose. Like, you know, in TFT and certain other ones, there's reasons to lose sometimes. This does not have that. So there's no real reason to not deploy everything you can. I wonder what the maximum amount of zones is. Trying to think of a reason why you want that. Maybe to farm up some of the permanent stat units. Oh, here we go. All right, what do you do? At the start of the attack phase, gain +1 attack, +1 health for the rest of the skirmish. You're a 214. Oh, I gotta see this thing in action. Most of your permanent stats for units want to die, though, so even then you'd probably want more units. Yeah. Alright, let's... What do we want to do here? Let's... 2 Elf Scouts versus 1 Vazus. How does this go? Yikes! It loses that 1v2 as a gold name limited? That doesn't seem very good. Here's a good one. Prime. Oh good, we get to see one of the other ones. Prime! Heals itself for +2 health at the start of each turn. Enemies will attack this unit first. Oh, I have seen this one before. What was the other one? Oh, Fortune Teller. That's what I haven't seen. Prime seems pretty crazy, though. Imagine a world where you have Prime and this Verzeus fella at the same time, though. Let's put in, like, Acolyte... And yeah, sure. 2? No, let's do 3. Do 3 Elf Scouts. Screw it, let's do 4. And then we put in Verzeus, the Prime, and an Acolyte. What happens here? No. Not even close. All right. You kind of have to give him a matchup he can actually heal through. That's 3, 6, 8. So that wouldn't work either. So everything's going to hit him first. And he doesn't seem to have the ability to dodge very well. So that's 8 as well. He'll pretty much die every single time, won't he? Let's just try then this scenario. Gonna head out and make some dinner, but I hope that you have a great rest of the stream. Thanks for the warm welcome in the chat. Yeah, no worries, man. You too. Enjoy your dinner. I hope it is tasty and wonderful. I want to see if this is a duo that actually makes sense. Take care, so long. the dodge. Huge. Nah, but not huge enough. I don't know about the Verzeus guy. He doesn't seem that strong to me. I mean, like, he's like the kind of unit that you could throw off by itself, and then maybe it's another split push unit, I guess, because that's when it actually enters into the fight, it's going to be much stronger. God, Gray Sniper. Like, right? Like, how do we test that? I think I know how to test that. We want to find a situation where they would be pretty far apart here. Particularly, okay, here. All right. So let's put 3 Elf Scouts here. Oh, no, we can't do that apparently. Okay, fine, we'll do that. 3 Elf Scouts here. And then we will put the Verzeus there. I know he's going to get the +1/+2 here. Oh, maybe, yeah. But oh well. I just want there to be distance between them so that it takes a bit of time. He gets it. He gets another one. He gets another one. He gets another one. Then he gets that. Now he's like, good luck. Gonna one shot every single one of you. That's how you play that guy. You don't put him anywhere near anybody if you can try, if you can hope to do it. You put him all by himself, and then when he enters the fray, he's a juggernaut. That's what you want to do. Absolutely. I'm just going to be back in just a second, chat. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, chat. Let's continue. While I was gone, though, I was thinking about this this new fella, the Verzeus, and I think my initial impression of him is even less than it should be. Because if you can get like buffs on that guy, like permanent buffs, you get him above a certain level, oh, he's going to be so hard to stop. Like really, really hard to stop. Imagine what he's gonna end up being at the end of this, just by himself. What does he do? What's he gonna be? 417, 518, 619, 720. Hey, look at these numbers, man. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. That thing is huge. Great snipers right now, though. It's gonna be a heck of a fight. See how this ends up. So we did what we were talking about, right? We split pushed the Vazu, so he's by himself for a bit. Now they've got their own advantage. They've got gray snipers sitting in this alcove here. Should be quite consequential. So at the end of this test, am I going to think, wow, 2 gray snipers is better than this? Or am I going to think the opposite? Because if I think the opposite, then the value of this unit, with 2 permanent buffs right now, right? He's got 2 more attack and 4 more defense. He's going to be, he's insane, in my opinion. Well, let's take a look. We'll see where it lies. Big dodge there. Big dodge there. $721. He's slow. I'll give him that. But it's more like everyone else is fast. It doesn't one-shot with 9 attack. That's funny. See, look at this. He's got into a situation where he can't one-shot. That's funny. I wish I could see. I wish I could see how much damage the Grey Archers did. Because I bet you it's a lot of damage. Or Grey Snipers. Is it weird that for some reason the Grey Snipers make me want to like go back to the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game, like the actual tabletop, and go and play like a Mirkwood or a Lothlorien army? There's anyone out there that likes tabletop miniature games like Warhammer or Warhammer 40k? If for some reason, whenever I see those guys on the field, all I could think of is, geez, man, I really want to do an army where it's all pure ranged and just like kiting and stuff like that. All right, we got the majority from the looks of it. There's a 1 in 5 chance that blue got absolutely raffle stomped. There's a 1 in 5 chance of parity, and 2 out of 100 times blue actually wins that. So basically, 78% of the time, it's a favorable result for the verdant wolf hunters here. Interesting. Eagle unit. I don't like eagle units, but I'll grab one, I guess. Actually, let's elongate the game. I want to see this creature more. What happens if he's in the weeds, though? Right? So let's do that same strategy with the Grey Snipers, because I think it's like kind of what you're gonna do. Put the Grad Elf and as many Elf Scouts as we can muster in here. And that's a lot of units. Then we'll put an Acolyte and Archimendix over here. Yeah, let's put them over here. And an Elf Scout over here. Now 2. Alright, so 2, 2, and then I'll load up in here. Now, what are we going to do? We are going to put a Prime in here, along with an Elf Scout. We're going to put Vazus in the middle, an Acolyte, and a decent amount of Elf Scouts as well. And we're going to triple on these, and we're going to ruin the 2 and leave this guy on the board. I'm interested to see how this is going to go. Big map. Man, this guy with an Acolyte is broken. Ooh, the dodges, though. Ooh, interesting. Ah, boo! I wanted to see that fight go more. Very interesting. What's the permutation on this one? Okay. So technically we're in the statistical minority here of how things could have gone. More often a favorable result for orange than it is for blue. So we definitely rolled in the ascent of luck. Is interesting. Oh, healers could be huge. Healers could Mark of Chaos. What do you do? Interesting. I think the healer is going to be more interesting, though. A lot of points down here, so I still want a Thunderdome up here. What do we want to set up here? Two gray snipers and a healer. Okay, versus a buffed Verzeus, a prime, a healer. You want to add anything else to that? No, I think we're good. So the prime should die, basically. But does he make this a winning fight? Oh, the dodge, though. The dodge or not. See, that was very interesting because that was down to target priority again. Whether or not that was actually successful. Gray snipers are extremely strong. No doubt about that. We still haven't seen the fortune teller, which is sad, but is what it is. Alright, so we definitely need the oranges to win this time. Alright, so Grad Elf. Put one gray sniper in. And a healer. We're gonna put in a prime and two elf scouts. I want the Verzeus over here. I want to see this. Actually, we probably want four. Yeah, okay. I want to see this. How does this work out? Because we're doing, again, strategy A. You split push with the Verzeus. You keep him away from where you think the enemy is going to deploy by himself. You allow him to buff up in the background as other things happen. Might not even matter because these guys could lose this, honestly. Bad target picks. Bad target picks. Bad, hugely bad target picks there. But look at, he's an 8, 29, 23 now.
Jesus.
Caught this. Now, that fortune teller sure wants to keep his counsel to himself, does he not? Interesting idea. Can a 2 Grey Snipers and an Arc Mendix be beat by like pretty much anything before that guy shows up? Find out. That too much? I don't know if it is, unless they like quadruple up. 3, 6, 9, 12. I think it gives them a chance. Although, also, I was like, doing that, I guess. The points down. Dodge though. Oh, the double up. Now he's healed back. Oh, the triple up on that one could be huge. Oh, the quadruple up. There's no way they win this now. This has gone so terribly for them. Yeah, he's just too huge. Over. I'd love to see the statistics page because I think we're in the statistical minority of what actually was going to happen there. I'm interested to see whether or not that's true. Yeah, 66% of the time it's a clean sweep. I believe that. This is interesting, though. I would love to know what happened these 11 times. I guess that's like optimal targeting. Because they would have, basically that means that they killed, wish I could look at the board now, but they killed their units and they got to the 4 before the other guy came down from this 4. So that would be a real clean sweep, right? Because they must have gone either down here to here or over here to there. And they got rocked. I would love to see that 11. Chemical Archer, nope. Fortune Teller is like 100% not interested. Absolutely does not want to show up at all. We're gonna try and cheese him out right now. I want to at least read what this guy does. He's hiding. He's hiding. Can you only have one gold unit in your... No, I think you can have multiple, can't you? I think so anyways. I haven't read anything that said so, but maybe that is the truth. Beyond classic. I guess what we should be doing, since we have so much gold, is actually like taking things out of the pool, right? Because that's kind of how it works, right? Because they have all these chances at things. So yeah, I should always be taking things out of the pool. Yeah, I shouldn't be taking the normal route. So you can thin. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that before. But if you're looking for something you can thin, but it costs gold. I wonder if there's actually a strategy here where you take limiteds, or at least try and get limiteds in your squad that cost 0 gold so you can thin to get the things you want. Like, for example, Eldritch Blood. If I take this right now, this is a limited. It costs 0 gold, right? And now, when I look about his deck that he has, where are you? I can't see it. Where is it? Wait, are actions not in here? Yeah, they are. Oh, it's not 0 out of 1 Eldritch Blood. Interesting. Wait, did we do the wrong one? No. That's why does it not say 1 out of 1 Eldritch Blood? Because I did pick Eldritch Blood. Okay, now I'm confused. I'm gonna go to the other one to see if that still says that. Because I picked Eldritch Blood, so it should say... Oh, okay, now it says 1 out of 1. Oh, I guess that's a Fog of War thing. But yes, you can thin yourself. So I know now that there's more of a chance of seeing the Fortune Teller in the limited section next round because I took an option away from the roll. So Eldritch Blood is not in there anymore. So I have one more. It becomes hypergeometry, right? Where your increased chances at a decreasing population of failures. Oh gosh, man, you could go crazy with trying to find the perfect squad. Have like all these zeros that you can get out of the way to try and get only what you want. But then again, wouldn't you rather just have useful things? So you have to find zeros that are useful? Research station is interesting. Fortune Teller. What do you do? Whenever a unit in zone dies, this unit has a 20% chance to mine gold. Wow, interesting. That is interesting. And it's a reap. So if you had like cultists, this could be the ultimate economy thing if you had cultists. Let me see this guy. God, you could get some real nasty things going on here. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I want to see how much gold I get. So I have 8 right now. There's one. There's 2. Oh, I just won the game. Shit. Well, at least we got to see him. Okay. Total economy unit. In the right squad, that could be really strong. What else? Oh, okay. Interesting. I would love to have this as an actual squad that I had. Very interesting. Shambling Starfall, we've seen that. It's very strong. I kind of hate it, honestly. Gifter. I think that's the only one in there we haven't seen. Theory Crafter, Summoner, and Eldritch Creeper. We haven't seen Eldritch Creeper, but... And the only one we haven't seen. Troll, an Agent of Decay. Let's try to find a better seed than that. Chieftain we haven't seen. Sir Onyx and Ghost. Man, those two look really cool. Alright. You've convinced me. I want to see Sir Onyx and Ghost. I'm thinking about like this is an actual game. I don't know what I'm doing. I would be very disadvantaged though. 2 rangers and a hammer? That's pretty tough. Big. Alright, I'm going to do this because I want to, as I was saying, thin the pool. It sort of just occurred to me that, like, we were talking earlier with Quantic Flux about how the developers of this game are putting an emphasis on the quality of mystery. And all have I been doing this entire day is shredding that veil of mystery as much as I can. I've just sort of realized that. But hey, man, I guess this is like what's going to happen, right? I am the kind of person that would like to have all of the data. I would like to have all of the units understood in my mind. I want to know what they all do. And so I want to shred the veil. I want to get to it as much as I can. I want to find what they do. I want to evaluate them in as much of a vacuum as I can. Alan, well, at least we can get the axe out of there. Yep, okay. Thinning ourselves right now. Also, there's a lot of zones in here, but I have not seen like more than 2 repeats before. This is actually kind of interesting. There's a lot of repeats here. Imagine playing an actual game on this. If you snowballed, you'd super snowball. Like, you'd get so many like permanent increases on this map. This would be a nightmare to lose the first couple rounds on. That's kind of another thing I really love about this game is it really has some wacky shit going on with it sometimes. You can get into situations where you have no idea what's going on, but it's hilarious. Gray Sniper, Scout Drone, 0 cost. This is exactly what I'm talking about. A 0 cost thin every time. Ooh, Ghost. It's Stealthy unit. Enemies will target this unit's loss. It says first strike and stealth, and it's a 5/7. Wow. I like you. Also, you look cool. Wish this was my squad. And he's only 2 gold for a 5/7 first strike that has to be targeted last? What? Oh yeah, I like you. I like you a lot. I'm gonna lock you because I want to test you. That's really good. That's a coin one. Maybe I should have gone up there. Actually, you know what? All right. Now we should have money for that Ray sniper. Yep. Okay. Let's put some things to test in front of this guy. I mean, we can't Thunderdome down here because there's just too many contaminants down here with these permanent increases. But we will do it up here. All right, Gray Sniper in a different zone. Let's do it like this. And then 2 Elf Scouts up here. And we'll put in the Ghost in front of an Axe. Now he'll die in 1 hit, probably, right? Yeah, he'll be 1 hit, but then the other guy will... I mean, this is a 2v3 right now, so if we want perfect parity, we should probably put at least a ranger right here. Show me how this turns out. I can guess. Because this guy is behind this axe, 100%. There's no way the first round is going to involve his death unless that exact thing happens. Ooh, the dodge though. Why'd you get dodged, bro? Ooh, that was very unlucky. I can't wait to see the statistics here. Oh, wow, okay. Apparently 57% of the time that's what would happen. Perhaps not as unlucky as I would have thought. Healers, okay. Those are always fun to test. We don't have any of the other units that we were looking at. I can't remember what they are now, but I know there's more than one. There's Ghost and Sir Onyx, I believe. We don't have the money to thin, not with those 2 costs being a thing, but... Alright, so... Again, the Gray Sniper is a very strong unit that's probably going to be involved in this kind of a situation. An Acolyte... An Acolyte and the Healer would be an interesting one to test here. And an Elf Scout? That would mean that the... Okay, let's keep it like this. Now, we want the same thing pretty much. We want a Ghost behind something kind of strong. But in this case, I think the Hammer makes more sense because it's got 7 instead of 6. You want it to be tanky. We'll put the ranger in here. We'll ruin over there. The real strength of this guy is that he costs 2. That's his, like, really ridiculousness. He's so economically wonderful for you. Oh, perfect. And then this is a death because the ghost does 5 damage, even if he didn't. Intriguing. See, this is really good for the ghost. Sorry, not the ghost, the gray sniper. Ah, man, he would have won that though, because he was full health. 5-7. He would have been able to, unless there was a dodge or two. Yeah, that's true. I just really like that unit. Screaming Spawn or anything that like attacks multiple units is going to be a really good counter to that, because it doesn't matter if you hit them last when you're hitting everybody, right? And this one has knights too. Gosh, this is everything I want in a squad. How much gold do we have? Okay, let's thin the kin of the atom. All right, we've got a Thunderdome. Keep going. Nice. All right, Gray Sniper involved again because it's a good foil for these tests. Screaming Spawn and a healer. And then we'll put an Elf Scout down here. To me, this seems like it would be pretty bad for the ghost. We'll see how it goes. And then we'll copy it down here. Do we want to throw in the kin? Yeah, I think we're creating disadvantage up here, so we might as well add this down here just for fun. See how it goes. Because also we don't have a particularly strong grasp on Kin of the Atom. We've seen him against us more than we have with us. Wait, what? Hold a second. Did he dodge? He must have dodged, right? Because it says attack all. Stealthy unit. Does stealth stop you from attacking all? Okay, we gotta let this run, obviously. Okay, it was just a lucky dodge. Okay, cool. That was pretty comprehensive. How often is it that comprehensive? Okay, that's pretty comprehensively comprehensive. Red off, yep, that's good and all, but not what we were looking for, but let's thin it. What are we looking for again? Psionics, is that it? Psionics, yeah, that's the only unit we haven't seen from this squad yet. And I've been trying to find that guy for like ever. So let's see this matchup. Alright, so Hammer for sure, Ghost for sure. We'll keep the Kin to the Altar down here and the Grado. See how it does. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're probably going to lose this matchup, but that's fine with me. If we don't, then I will be very interested in the reasons. Okay. Healer's doing work. Radiate's doing work. Not enough to get past this massive amount of hate. Yeah, Acolyte is pretty good into this. If he attacks him, though, this could be interesting. Okay. I thought they were gonna win. Thought they were gonna win with maybe 1 or 2 less units, though. Interesting. There's a universe where they got raffle stomped? That must have been atrocious target picks. Interesting. Archimendix, we've already seen that guy. Let's get the flamer out. Thin ourselves a bit. Wow. That's gotta be a record. 4 of these have showed up. Wait, was that one too? Might have been 5 even. That's crazy. Alright. Gray Sniper. 2 Eagle units. This should be able to take out a lot of things. I still want to see this matchup in more definition. But we're going to switch out the Acolyte for the Eagle Scout. Sorry, the Elf Scout. Because I think the Acolyte's buffs really changed the way it was going there. Like the Acolyte, as we know, is a very strong base unit. But you're not going to face it every match. So let's see how it goes without that. And then Hammer. Ghost. Let's put in a second Hammer. Should be pretty unfair. Down here, we're going to keep the Kin of the Atom. We're going to put a Flamer in too. And I think we'll just plop a Ranger in and ruin here. Great 3v3s. I mean, this, theoretically, I think the top one should be won by Mr. Ghost and his friends. And then the bottom one should be won by Gray Sniper and his friends. Because there's a lot of health on this side. The Flamer, I don't think is going to be able to come out. Like, they have multiple dots, really, but this isn't really a dot, but I don't think Kin of the Atom can take this health advantage low enough that he can actually carry this matchup, but we'll see. Up here, there's another unit for the Ghost to hide behind, so I think this is just going to be very difficult. The question is, will we be able to weaken him enough that when whatever comes out of this, if it comes out of this, shows up, will the Ghost be able to actually affect this group? So we got a lot of question marks actually here. Just a few theories. So I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out. Excellent target picking by the Gray Sniper there. Ooh. Yeah, the Ghost picked the wrong guy. The Ghost picked the wrong guy, I think. Still, though. Interesting. What a very fair fight, hey? 26% of the time, it's a stomp on one side, 40% of the time it's a stomp on the other side, and 34% of the time it's dead even. There's RNG for you right here. Very interesting. That scout drone out of here. Gray snipers are undoubtedly strong, just because they can touch things in other zones. They have a crap ton of health. I mean, 12 health for this guy is pretty insane. He's got stealth, so he can hide behind everybody. He's very similar to the Ghost in that they sort of function as backline damage dealers. The difference between the two that really matters is one is 2 gold and the other one is 3. So theoretically, you should be able to stack ghosts if you have multiples of them in your squad a lot quicker than you could stack gray snipers. But gray snipers have things about them like the range and the evade that are really good. Although, actually, I should check to see if Ghost can evade. I think he does, but is it 10%? Is it the same as the Gray Sniper, or is it more? So, let's do a little bit different. Let's put the Gray Sniper up here. Put the Eagle units down here. Put the Gray Sniper in with the Screaming Spawn. Put the Healer down here. I want to see the power of Eagle units by themselves with just a healer and support. Because we've given them a tough time, honestly. I'm a big fan of the Talons, so... There's a lot of cleave here. I'm interested to see how that works out, especially with the healer considered. Interesting. He didn't help himself much, did he? Okay. So that creates the idea of a contingent, doesn't it? Ooh, another Gray Sniper for testing. Nice. Talon. No, I don't want a Talon, but we will get rid of... Do I want Talon? Talons are hugely useful. Imagine that combination. A Talon and a Ghost. Oh, man. Alright, let's start making this a little more spicy. The Gray Sniper target selection is going to be so huge here, too. Does he fire in his own zone? Does he fire in the next zone? Who does he pick? Gray Snipers are huge RNG Fiestas, but they're so strong that they can do some crazy things. Like right there, he one-shots the Flamer because he picked the Flamer. Big dodge. Hold a second. We wanted to double check. The Ghost does have a 10% evade. Okay, so it's not. It's exactly the same as the Gray Sniper. Okay. And the dodge on the Talon. The Talon unit is a 25% evade, but man, he's done it so many times. This unit is so super awesome. These two together, especially, is a really good combination. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. But again, let's take a look at the universes. Ooh, interesting. So almost all of the time, it is an absolute slaughter for the tunnel fighters. I'm not surprised. The Talon unit just by himself creates so many situations. I can definitely think that maybe like this 20% is like the Talon never evaded once, and it was perfect choice of targeting by the Gray Snipers. Very intriguing. Dark Tabernacle. We're still not finding our friend. Ooh, the Spitting Cobra. I do want to see more about the Spitting Cobra. What else do we want to do here? What's there left to test? I mean, I wish this wasn't an exploding zone. Otherwise, I would do a test with Gray Snipers somewhere else, right? But there's no... Well, can we find another Thunderdome that doesn't have so much bad going on? Not really. Not ideal. A lot of bad zones in this area, or zones that contaminate results. Kind of like sort of screwed when it comes to choice. Ideally, like I said, you want to have like a Gray Sniper here, or if you think they were going to be going for these. I mean, I wouldn't put them here because then they might die, but you want to put them offset from where you think the majority of the enemy is going to go. Let's just try and make this as strong as presence as we can. Put acolytes everywhere. Healers where we can. Change it to a 5v5. Where'd my ghost go? Oh, sorry, there he is. We'll put him down here, actually, for once. I don't want him to be behind the Talon, because I'm already convinced that this is insane. So I don't need any more of that. God, the Hammer's just such a good unit. Should be an interesting 5v5. Let's see how it goes. So let's slow this down. Interesting choice there. Talon's doing work. Poison's getting some value. Healer's doing a lot of work right now too, actually. Ooh, nice dodge. If that gray sniper decides to kill that Talon, that could be huge. Nope. But it's an effective strike. Ooh, nice ghost move. Oh, interesting. Ghost is getting serious value here on this fight. This is close. Oh my goodness. This is almost uncallable. Nice. Gray sniper needs that shot to land. Oh no, he goes on someone else. That's a huge mistake. Oh wow, dude. What are you doing? You need to kill the guy in front of you. Oh, this is so not gonna help work at all. Oh, he jumps the initiative and gets some maybe. Yep. Still not gonna matter unless there's a dodge here. There's a 10% chance on both the sides. Ooh, that first strike though. That was a lot of work being done by that ghost. A lot. Having 5 attack just sit behind everything else, especially with the more units, the better, right? Huge. Absolutely huge. Now imagine he gets buffed. He gets like some permanent buffs like crazy. Ooh, okay. Okay. 48% of the time it's... Oh, no, sorry. 52% of the time it's favorable for orange. 48% of the time it's either a deadlock, which most of it being not. And 40% of the time it's a clean sweep for blue. I imagine blue... This is basically all about the gray snipers picking decent targets here. There was at least 3 times where I went, ooh, if the gray sniper had done something else. A lot of RNG in that unit. As good as it is, it can definitely topple your empire as much as it can build it. And still no Sir Onyx. I'm not going to leave this until we get a Sir Onyx. Doing it. He's a dwarf unit. I need to know how he works. I like the dwarves. And now well, we can continue to thin ourselves. Doesn't show up very often. This is like the third game we tried to get him to show up. This seems to be the maximum size for the map, eh? It hasn't changed in a long time. How many purify stations do I have? A lot, eh? Alright, Sir Onyx, you're running out of room to hide. Oh, never mind. Maybe I just haven't been noticing. Or did something decay? Something probably decayed, right? This is a pretty huge map, honestly, with like a lot of big points. I don't think you would ever get to this point in a real match. Is 8 the most it can be worth, like for a base? Like just capturing a zone once? Because I've only seen 8 is the highest. Alright, come on. Show them to me. There we go. Sir Onyx, what do you do? When there aren't any allies present in the zone, this unit has +3 attack and regenerates 3 health at the start of its turn. And it's a 2/8 with 1 armor. Wow, okay. Testing time. Okay, so this guy seems really strong early game to me, like immediately. It's like if you were to put him into like with 3 elf scouts, right? Oh, that got... Oh, nice. Okay. He would win 100% of the time, right? Am I incorrect in that assumption? Maybe not. Oh, let's see. No, actually, no. So he gets +3 attack too, doesn't he? Yeah, there's no way. He only costs 2 gold as well, so he's similar to the ghost in that respect. Wow. Wow, indeed. Okay. That's called a lone wolf, eh? Wonder how I could capitalize on that. Let's start throwing things in here. This is going to be very interesting. Keep it a 3v3 for right now. Okay, so we want to put the ghost in here. Do we want... We don't want to put the ghost ever really in the same room as Sir Onyx, right? Because this guy gets attacked last. And because of that, Sir Onyx is never going to get his buff if he's in the same room. Sir Onyx is always going to be attacked first. So you want to make sure that they're not in the same room. Pretty much guarantee. I mean, I feel like these two together could probably take on just about anything. Like, this is a 3v3, but I feel like this 2v2, oh sorry, this 2v3 and this 2v3 would work out well for us. I think we could actually win this. There is an acolyte involved in both rooms, though, right? All right, I'm gonna spice it up just ever so slightly and put this on Sir Onyx. I mean, Gray Hunters, though. Gray Hunters, though. Sorry, Gray Snipes. Gray Snipers. I think I'm making up a name for these guys every round now. Oh, well, that's very unfortunate for Mr. Onyx. Well, all right. RNG said screw you and your tests. Oh man, the dodging too. Well, this is very different than I thought this was going to be. I want to see the statistics of this round so bad. What the heck? It happens 71% of the time, huh? Not, I'm sure, in that exact order, but that result. Okay. Alright, you have my attention. It's not as much of parody as I thought it was. The Gray Snipers are probably what I'm undervaluing in that particular sauce. So let's make it a 3v3 then. If clearly we're not doing it right. Again, I still think it's absolutely 100% certainty that you don't want these two in the same room. I think that the knight being in front of the ghost is better than the other options. I think these two are still good together. You see, now these guys are really expensive, so we have to make sure we put in normal people here now. So a hammer for you, because I feel like I would want to put them in the same room, and a hammer for you because I just think it would be stronger, maybe too strong. Put a ranger in there instead. Create a little bit of chaos. All right. I'm gonna slow it down again. I want to see exactly what goes on. Okay. They triple up on the Talon. Okay. That puts him in Gray Sniper range. If the Gray Snipers were so inclined. Uh-oh. Oh, the evade on the enhanced attack. Oh, that's huge. By Acolyte. That's good targeting. Ouch. Poor Mr. Onyx. Ooh, that's big for top. Oh, but he evades. 25% chance. Oh, wow, this is getting down to the wire. Oh, can we evade 2 times in a row? Nope. Bye, Felicia. Right. One down. I mean, there's no way. This is completely in the opposite direction now. Again, a lot of weird gray sniper picks. If they had gone for... It's too bad the AI isn't intelligent, right? In a way where it sees weakness and goes for it. I know that's really tough to create an AI in general, which is why like AI learning and things like that is so sought after, and you know why certain companies are getting booms in that area right now. But man, AI would be so much more awesome to fight against if it saw, man, I could really affect the fight if I sniped that guy right now. But you know, that's just hoping for too much. Okay, so that was basically happening a lot most of the time. That 2%, I would love to. Here's a random feature that I would love, that I would absolutely adore, but I can understand why this would not be a priority because it would be a lot of work. I want to see this. I wish there could be like a view replay of this. I want to see what happened here. Like 87% of the time, it's a slaughter in the complete opposite direction. What happened here? These 2 times. That would be a hell of a lot of fun to see what the heck could have been, you know? But now I understand that the to implement that feature would probably be insane. But still, kind of want to do it. Ooh, another talent. All right, guys, time for absolute chaos. We're going to start playing this like this is a real game, and it's going to be one big round where someone's going to win and someone's going to not win, probably. And the game's probably going to explode because we're putting down like 40 bajillion units. All right. I want these, obviously. So I'm going to put my gray snipers. Not here because actually that is where everyone would put them. So gray snipers actually here wouldn't be that good. We want somewhere else. Oh, I know where. Here. We want them to affect that zone the most because we want to guarantee this 8, so we want it to be here. We will put a talon in there. We want to make sure we have it. But look at all these other ones. So we're gonna put a lot of our other huge creatures down here as well. Some acolytes. Maybe even a grad elf to try and swing some big fights down here. We want to spread out a little bit more now though. Put a couple acolytes here. A couple elf scouts over here. This is kind of like a worthless zone here because it's all ones. But the benefit of some of these buffs make me want to put at least one person in each one. This one's only going to be 8 points. So I'm going to try and multi-contest here. And where do I put these last 2? Try and spread it to try and capture my enemies off guard, perhaps. And, ooh, where do we want to scout drone here? Maybe we scout drone here so that these guys can actually cross back into it. And we'll research station nowhere because we lost last round. Rip. Okay. Now the flip. I'm going to forget everything I just did. All right. All right. We think they're going to go for the 8 because that makes sense. So we're going to ruin that so that we can waste their resources over here. This whole zone becomes shit. So if they put anything here, which we don't know, wink, 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 that they did, which is us, then this becomes really bad. And so we're just going to ignore this entire area and try and swing everything else. We also have a few things to do. Yeah, we need this. We need this really bad. So we're going to put a lot of our strength in this area. We also want some of these other areas, like there's a 4 and 5. I don't think you even noticed that in the last one, but this is a really risky one because chances are you're gonna blow up before you get to that 5, unless we scout drone here, and then we could just be here, right? So then we want to get the other end of this. Put psionics, hammer, a flamer. This is a good spot for rangers because it's in between. We probably want to try and contest these as well. And this by itself, they probably don't put too much in here, but it's still worth 8 points. So I'm going to double purify these. Try and grab this one and then bounty this guy. Try to create this sort of interesting scenario. This is going to be a long round. Let's see how it shakes up. It's really hard to forget what you just did on the other side, but I tried to because I have a terrible memory anyways, so it was much easier. Having the ruin really changed things, to be honest. And this is so many things going on the board. Yeah, see, look. Oh, man, I really screwed myself over because I have so much strength over here guaranteeing that 8. And I just ruined it for myself. Oh. What did I do to myself? Oh, I'd be so mad if that happened to me, actually. I mean, it did, but, like, against someone else. Oh, man. 2 gray snipers and a talon, basically just getting 3. That's rough, man. A lot of movement going on. Probably go to 1 times here so it doesn't take forever. Good choice, I think, on the Rangers. Going in between. Interesting fights, interesting fights. Oh, this is a freaking craziness down here. Acolytes are going to get some serious value, though. So is Kin of the Atom, because he's going to really mess with them. It's really too bad the Gray Snipers are going to be completely non-factors here. Oh, the evades. Rip. Man, whoever gets these 6s down here is going to win pretty handily, I think. And I think it's going to be orange, because they have quite a lot of things over here now. The dodges, though, man. Some of these dodges are crazy. Ooh, it's tightening up. Thing. Oh gosh. Orange is running away with it because they're winning in a very, very high expensive zone. Oh, you done did it now. It's gonna get super strong. Alright, so orange has enough to win right now, so I don't think blue can even slightly come back from this. Not even at all, yeah. That ruin was huge. Big swing. You know, really, I should have scout droned my way back into the lower zone with those strong units. I really should have. I think I used the scout drone on the wrong tunnel. Of course, in a real match, you would have learned to anticipate the ruin by this stage. Not that you'd ever actually get to this stage in a real match. I mean, 20 versus 40, it's not the craziest. The statistics page on this is going to be unwieldy, I'm sure. I might crash my game even making it run it 100 times. I can feel the pain. Yeah, it's taking so long. Doing it 100 times? Yeah. Whoa, okay, here we go. So there was an 8% chance of what happened to us. The most, it was 39%, which was a 19v40, which was actually worse. There was actually a world where 45-11 happened, but 20v39 was really the best. Very interesting. Quite a lot of variation, as you would expect from such a large map with so many units doing so many things. 16 by 39. How very interesting. So basically, orange was going to win that. Yeah, I think I made definitely some serious misplays on the blue side. I forgot the other guy had a ruin. Oh, actually, I should have known. Anyways, we did a lot of testing today. We found out a lot of interesting things about a lot of units. There's still mysteries out there, which is interesting. I mean, there's so many units in here. I bet you that I can just find one, like, just doing this. Mostly golds, really. Yeah, we haven't seen a troll yet. We've seen all those. You know, I mean, well, at least we're getting more and more. Blubber Wang? Is that like a reference to the Clubber Lang from like the Rocky movies? Must be, right? Cool. I mean, I don't know what he does, but I'm sure he's cool. We'll have to find them as it goes on. Oh, Blaze Point. Yeah, the fire tank. I really want to see that. We'll have to see them as it goes along, because we're out of time for today, unfortunately. Ooh. Hopefully we can grab some of these ones we haven't seen in our own squads. Because, yeah, we're definitely going to be looking for some of these. Then I'm sort of figuring out the possibilities of combinations. You definitely kind of want to keep going a lot, at least on one squad thing, to try and get those real spicy ones. Because there is definitely going to be some spicy combinations out there. Ooh, wow, look at that. Now that is a spicy combination. I don't know what Clever Wang or Troll does, but it's got to be good. And with 2 hammers and a ranger as your unlimited, plus 3 knights, that would be insane. I wish I had this. This looks good. Aldred's Hellions. Or Helions, because Hellions has 2 L's. All right, but yeah, we're out of time, guys. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me and watching me do some testing and experimenting and breaking sometimes of this wonderful game. If you have not given this game a try, please do. There is a demo. Give it a go. And it's really cheap, honestly. $15 right now. You could definitely get $15 of fun out of this game. I mean, like, come on, it's like a movie. Oh, well, yeah. Maybe in a nice theater. But anyways, it's close. But I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care, and I will see you on the next stream.